Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more work on Insignia Chapter 2. I've been doing some planning for the chapter, just trying to get my bearings a little bit because it's such a big piece of work to jump into, and I'll share that with you in a moment. We've also got some meetings to get today a little bit later. Let me just confirm when those are on so that I don't miss them. Yep, in about an hour. Okay, so I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome. And a big thanks most of all to Ghost Bell Games and Glyco for the most recent follow and subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, so, chat. My pals. This is kind of what I'm working on at the moment. It's chapter 2 in a nutshell. And I think what I've been struggling with personally in the last little while, it's like trying to run through tar, some of this stuff. And it's no one's fault. It's just like an affect of the way that I've built this game. Or just the way that games, I guess, get built, or I don't know. But the fact is, so much work has been put in Chapter 2 that is valuable exploration in the direction of what it is. No, this isn't Myro. This is Fig Jam, what you're looking at here. It's not, it's like a side. You've used Fig Jam before. You know what Fig Jam is. It's basically Figma's Myro. I didn't make it up. It is Figma, but it's their second tool that's simpler for whiteboarding. And it happens to have a very good like box flowchart system. So I just felt like using it instead of having to draw the arrows all myself in Figma. Okay, so the unfortunate reality is when making a game as big as Insignia, because there are like 3 different ways you can look through all of the content. You could look at it from the story perspective, from the platforming and action perspective, and from the sort of exploration Metroidvania perspective. All of the content can be explored in that direction. And on those initial explorations, I found that you tend to make, like if you're designing an enemy, hey, Molluskio, thank you so much for the sub. If you're designing an enemy, you need to create geometry for the enemy to walk around in. But that geometry has no bearing on the platforming that you would hope to put inside of the zone. So you end up with what I've got right now, which is a lot of level stuff, right? There's a lot of stuff in the game, but none of it really binds to the core progression system that we've got right now, or has any real, like in level design here, the goal would be for there to be a reason why you have to come up here. You don't just put doors wherever, and you don't just put platforms wherever. You have some sort of motivation behind it because you want to teach the player something, or lead them somewhere, or gate them so that they can't cross until they've got something. There's usually some meaning in all of it. And if there's not, what you have is padding. You end up just with a ton of stuff that's just there between all of the stuff that's important. And so I've been sitting here for like the last couple of months, anytime I'm turning my thoughts to Chapter 2, with this like, very sort of polished looking set of levels, or at least, they've got backgrounds and tile sets and stuff, even enemies that just aren't important for the I wouldn't use these in a prototype of Chapter 2. I've used them for different things. Some of this was for the original Crucible dungeon test. Some of this was for some story in Chapter 2. Some of this was for some pathing in Chapter 2. But together, they don't make anything of value. So trying to think about how I want to weave the story through a bunch of levels that weren't designed to go together is just so difficult. So instead, I've just gone, nope, this is it here. This is the thought. from the ground up, from ability progression and story in the most abstracted way, even exploration. How do I think about those things all three at once without worrying about existing stuff? So we're going back to the drawing board. And it doesn't mean throwing out much. I mean, most of these, anything with a red dot on it, I can keep. It's really just the middle section that's not right. And some of that relates to the routing of these levels. What is the path through chapter 2 to get to the town, and how do I make the abilities necessary in that path? The way that I did with chapter 1. There are things you can do in chapter 1 and things you can't until later. So same thing with chapter 2. All right. So today is going to be about, like, any work that we do on chapter 2 in the next week and a half is going to be almost exclusively about sewing it together and having something be playable as soon as possible. There is also some chapter 1 stuff and demo stuff I still have to work on, but for the most part, like, just getting chapter 2 in a playable state such that the team's work can be seen in it, that's super critical. More broadly, I've sort of been feeling just how organized we have to be from here on out. There is this trajectory that there is a series of potential trajectories that the game, could be on, that when it comes to scoping out the rest of the production, it's critical that I understand this as best as possible. So, like, if we take like 2017 to, let's say 2025 or 2026, right? That's basically 10 years almost. It's on the 10th year. So let's just treat it as if it's 10 years. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and then we're on 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, you could look at, say, when I've, like, quote unquote finished chapter 1, and say, oh, okay, all of this time was spent on chapter 1, right? There's 5 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you could say, well, you've spent all of this time on chapter 1, and maybe you started chapter 2 around here, maybe even here, but it's not really that far. And how long is it going to take to get to chapter 5, right? If you look at this trajectory, it could be like 2040, But if you plot this with just systems in mind, we're up here. Like, where the content in terms of how the game functions and what abilities are and how you design enemies, the systems they're at 100% pretty much. And I spoke recently with a friend of mine who was working on a tactics RPG, and he's not a stranger to game dev. He's done a few games before, and he said, we've been working on our game for 7 years, and we've got 1 year planned for content. And I'm like, how is that the case? Like, how can you think of it that way? He said, well, all the systems are built, we're just putting the story in. I don't think Insignia is going to be like that per se, but I do wonder, it's really, to me, I have to know if I can do this, if I can make this happen such that we reach the end of chapter 2, midway through. I'll put this, like, hang on, I'll just push these out so that the graph makes sense. If I can just solidify chapter 2 really quickly, then that means that the rest of it will do that, and I can sort of feel comfortable about it. And there are things about, like, today doing this, I think I could probably prototype this very quickly. It's just hard because it's not how I typically work, but I have to. And we are in the messy middle. There is no, like, starting point. We're already most of the way through chapter 2 in terms of, like, writing and design. It's just that because you can't play it end to end, it feels awkward. So for me, I wish I could make it darker for you. I mean, I can try to, let me try something for you, hey? If I just make a rectangle. There is a cheat here somebody created. There you go. Okay, how's that? Is that better for you? I don't know if I'll be able to make all of the text brighter, but okay. So yeah, there is no fresh starting point, but there is a lot of existing content. And for me, I just have to shut up and just make it playable. Like I just have to do that. So that's what I'm doing today. Okay. And it might be that I'm a little less talkative through this period, but like I'm on my little hike and there's just a big bush in the way and I just need to hack through it. I just can't. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not interested in trying to explain it any further. I just want to get through it. So I think we'll just do that. Okay. Because it's too, thinking about it and talking about it is, and explaining it is too complicated. It's way too hard. So my goal here is just to make this look like this. So what we have here is this level. We don't have this level yet. And I can borrow from other parts here. Like it's not the worst thing in the world to be able to do this. I'm going to delete this though. Yeah, it's just like, I don't need it. Like I'm just ready, you know? I know what I'm doing. I know how to do it. I just need to shut up and do it. So that's kind of where we're at, isn't it? And it's one of those things that like, I'm exhausted by the justification too. You know, it's not fun to explain things. Not when explaining things takes away from doing them. So let's save this as in Ridgelands Wet, Cheverwood Canopy. I'll call it Cheverwood Rise. There we go. And then we're going to go 32 by 32, which makes this friggin' huge. And then I'm going to go paint that, paint that, paint that, paint that, paint that, paint that. And then I get to do this, this. This is converting from my old 16 tile set palette to my new one. And I should say, it's not that I won't be talking while I'm doing this period, but I had a chat with my my finance officer, my wife, yesterday, and I've actually been like, I don't know how to explain this to you, chat, but I've been really depressed recently, like very, very, very sad, not feeling well, and part of I think what has been making me sad is just the knowledge of how much work I have ahead of me and how difficult it's going to be to make Insignia happen the way that I want to. And that's like literally nobody's fault. And it's not much I can do about it. It's like a growing up that I am in the middle of and having to do. And that's just it. Like there's nothing else I can say about it. it's been really hard. Mostly because I'm just not. I'm moving into territory where it's not possible anymore to. It's no longer possible for me to experiment and try new things with the expectation that I won't keep them. I have to just commit a lot harder with a lot more of my work these days. And I have to be okay with the result and just trust that I know how to do what I'm doing, which is extremely stressful for me. I mean, that's really hard, but that's life. Hey, Jay Wilkerson, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm sort of just. I can trust myself with this stuff. I sort of. I think the momentum of just doing it is going to help a lot. That's what I'm trying to say here. Because I know how fast I work. Yeah. Well, I find like. So I'll explain a little bit more. I think I trailed off a little bit there in a way that doesn't really help explain what I'm trying to talk about. So let me explain a little bit. There might not be a lot of time if the funding path that's currently ahead of us comes through. I might have to be very certain about all of my choices very quickly. I might have to hit deadlines and just generally be just a very confident director. We might have more team members that I don't have as much time to train. Lots of little things like that put a strain on the creative process. And that strain is something that I have to welcome it with open arms. I can't be defensive against it. It's very common, I think, for someone like me, in a creative process, you want more time, you want more space, you want to be able to do things at your own pace. And, if they need to be updated, if they're not perfect, right, you spend more time on them. You allow yourself to polish the diamond until it shines, And that perfectionistic attitude, it does agree with me. I like it, but it doesn't necessarily lead to a finished thing. And I think I've just been so depressed about the prospect of not ever getting to feel the sense of comfort that the game is perfect. There's a degree of safety in knowing, hey, my dreams are going to come true because I'm playing it right now and it's perfect. I wouldn't change anything about it. I love it. I just don't think I'm going to ever get that. I just don't think that's not on the cards for me. So in the meantime, I just have to like learn to draw confidence from somewhere else. You know, just look at my experience and my just how I work and who I am today and say, I can do this. I have released a game before this one, and it is on a commercial platform, but I didn't charge for it. It's a free-to-play game on Android. So for me, I think I'm just very defensive when it comes to critical reception. Like I put myself in a position where I kind of try not to ask people to pay money for my stuff until I know for sure that everything's going to be fine, which is not great. It's just a thing that I think I just put myself in this position over like many years of this game Insignia being like a work in progress, and you know, the demo and all of this and that. It's so much of it is like, well, you know, it's a work in progress. You don't need to pay for it. And I'm sort of like shielding myself from rejection. And I think I just can't do that anymore. I think I have to move on from that thinking. It's holding me back, and it's hurting me. I mean, the reason why I feel this much pain and anguish right now is because of that. It's because I've never been vulnerable enough. I haven't learned the hard way yet. I keep being able to justify that, like, this isn't the real time that I need your money, you know? It's just a demo, or it's just a itch.io page. It's not the Steam page, you know? And when it comes to even like publishing, the idea of like reaching out to a publisher, do you think many published game authors get that feeling? I don't know. I don't really know, or I suppose I don't care. It wouldn't comfort me to know whether or not other people felt this level of anxiety. I'm sure some do and some don't. I think I might always feel this. This might just be common for me forever, because I can kind of sense where it comes from, and like it's such a personality driven thing for me. I can kind of feel that this is just me. Maybe when I'm much older it won't feel like this, but maybe with like a number of games under my belt, it'll feel a bit differently. But I did this to myself because, you know, it's this game that I've been working on for so long as well. You know, it's not some other game, it's this one. It's Insignia, you know. This is like my baby. Hey, Fiera, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. I've got a few raids today from people I'm not familiar with. What's going on today? Is this like Global Game Jam stuff? What am I missing here? Thank you so much. No, I'm streaming at the normal time. Okay. How's my progress been, and how has it been working with other animators? I think progress has been good, actually, the last couple of weeks. I'm finding that my ability to turn over a new enemy every like week or so in terms of the like concepting and getting something that's just like in the game has been very impressive. I'm very happy with that. The pipeline's moving pretty quickly, and the other animators are good. I've been working with them for almost a year now, maybe more, year and a half, and they are picking it up quite quickly. I trust them. It takes time, obviously, but it's good. The tribal knowledge. I don't know about that. I think the team definitely, you know, they are. We're definitely hitting our stride. I think. I don't really have to explain as much. I feel. I think it's like, oh yeah, you get it. You get it. A lot more of that. I find myself saying that quite often. Yeah, you get it. I don't need to explain it, which is good. I also know like their limits. I know like what makes them comfortable or uncomfortable, I feel. So I don't have to like ask them to do something that I know they won't be able to do. Or like, you know, I feel like there's a degree to which sometimes you learn about how someone, you know, enjoys feedback. You know, some people prefer feedback to be a certain way. People have different styles. Okay, well, that's certainly become a big level. That's about as big as I was expecting it to be, so that's good. And then there's this, which comes off of the back of door north, which is going to be here. Save that. Door south could be there, that's fine. And this is an east-facing door. Forest door is fine. This is the north door is also an east-facing door, and forest door is fine as well. And then if I save this, unfortunately the little pip is wrong, but that's okay. Maybe I'll close it and open it and see what happens. Ah, fixed. Cool. How much more of the game? Yeah, we were just talking about this. It's such a tricky thing to answer because it's not about like how much. If the game didn't have any edits, if I never edited anything, I would say, and I didn't count the edits, I'd be like, oh, we're only like 40% through. But if you include systems and then the time it took to build the workflows and the total time from start to finish, then I think we're more like 80%. Hard to explain the difference between those two things. There is a difference though. Like, it took me, 7 years plus to get to this point. This is a 9th year. Every year I feel like we're getting faster. And it's sort of more like I will work on the game until I will work on the game until the results of what we can turn over in 6 months, every 6 months, is hits the standard that I'm looking for. It's like I did a chapter 1 in 2017, and I did a chapter 1 in 2018, and I did chapter 1 in 2020, and I did a chapter 1 in 2023, and I did a chapter 1 in 2026. And they're not redos, but they're edits. They're like passes. And every year, I think we've gotten closer and closer to the point where, like, the last demo we did for chapter 1, like the one before this one, so mid 2025, 80% of people who played it said that they would buy the game afterward. And then the last one we did, it was 90%. So it's sort of like, you're kind of getting to a point where the player satisfaction is like hitting levels that I would say, okay, we could release this game and people would enjoy it. And so I've done like a chapter 2 in 2019, and I did a chapter 2 in 2020, and I didn't feel like either of those were worth playtesting because there was too much friction on development. I couldn't do production on the game at that point, at that scale. But now I think we will do it. I think we'll do a demo for chapter 2, at least internally, like a playtest, before May, hopefully. I think we would have to do that. We'd have to do a playtest for chapter 2, preferably before the end of the month. That would be crazy if we could do that. I don't think it's possible. End of 2 months. So end of March, maybe we could do a playtest for chapter 2. It should be less than that, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Let's bring this down. I think this is too much. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. And then bring this door down. And then the elevator down. Hey, Iloloi. Welcome. Okay. So, like, for sure, we could put a hedgehog here. Yeah, like this, I couldn't do, like, I don't know, a few months ago. The thing that I'm doing right now is just not really, just wasn't feasible. Of, like, designing little level chunks like this. This quickly, where I'm just like, oh yeah, we need this enemy here. Done. I want this further over to the left. And it might be worth even splitting this level at some point. I've done that in the past, but for now, I think this is going to be okay. So we take our hedgehog, put him here, spin him around, Wicked Witch. And then we could take this switch here, put it up here. That'll work. Works. Very good. And I think we got that camera a little bit too far over. Yeah, way too far. Let's shrink it down to like here. And then I think it can be like more like that. And then this one doesn't need it. We could do another one separately and put it up here if we want. Oh. Cool. And then we could shrink this one down so that only when we walk up to this part here does it do that. And then like that. So we fight this guy. And then once we approach here, we see the jump. We can cross the gap and we're good to go. So somebody said, Taralis says, can I ask you a question? I want to know something. I've been making games for nearly 7 years and I've had an idea that I could commit to for the amount that you're talking about. So my question to you is, why this idea? What makes this your baby? I have ideas that I want to make into the future, but I can't see myself not changing, and then I can't see myself not changing, and then those ideas are no longer important to me. Maybe you can see yourself changing. Or you can't see yourself not changing. So, all right. I'll tell you what the difference was. I'll be quick with this. I think there are two kinds of creatives when it comes to game development. I think there are people who enjoy solving problems, and then there are people who enjoy telling stories. Those two things are required for all game design, but the kinds of people that come at it usually make different kinds of games. So I think like, you know, a simulation-based game or a game that has a very specific look or a very specific technical mechanic or something that makes it unique, that has to do with the systems, that's kind of more the traditional sort of toy design or game design. Like Minecraft is like that, right? It's like the idea is sort of a mechanic or a set of dynamics that make the game what it is. And someone who is learning, who has that kind of propensity, like someone who's like an engineer style learner, where they like to build things, what tends to happen is I think they rack up a lot of projects. They come up with a lot of ideas and they implement them to the point where they go, oh yeah, I could make this into a game. And then the interest is gone because they've already solved the part that makes them excited. They've already kind of like built the bare bones features of the system. And the idea of adding content is boring, right? It's like, I don't want to have to like do level design for this game that I'm making. I don't want to have to like sit here and prove my system for like the next 5 years just putting bits together when I already built the engine, right? It's the difference between someone who likes to, I talk about this a little bit, the difference between someone who likes to drive cars and someone who likes to build cars. Uber drivers and mechanics are different people, right? Going on a road trip is not the same as building an engine. So if you're someone who likes to build engines, you probably aren't, you're going to find that driving a lot is not what interests you because it's about making the engine work. But the rest of it is necessary to build a game that ships, unless it's a very small game where the engine is the whole thing. You know, the dyno in the workshop is the whole road trip. So the other kind of people are the storytellers who, for them, the content is the thing that's interesting. And the systems are just a means to get to the point where they're making the content. And they like to tell the stories. They like to design the characters. They like to write the dialogue. And for me, I am both. I like to build things and I like to tell stories. And so for me, I have to sort of like turn my attention when it comes to this kind of part. Well, you asked the question about what keeps it as like my baby. Why do I care about this one? The parts that I care about are the story, the world, bringing the world into existence is why I'm still doing it. If it was just about the mechanical side, that part is still interesting. Designing new enemies and seeing what new combat features I can tune to make the combat feel good, that's still interesting to me. But like, I'm almost done with that stuff. Like, I'm almost finished. The fuel of creating new systems for this game is pretty much burnt out. There's nothing left. So instead, I have to be more invested emotionally in the parts of the game that I'm building that are the world. Like, you know, this thing I'm building here, I have to take an interest in the level design, in the story, in the flow of the player's path from A to B. If you can take an interest in the storytelling, I think that does make it a lot easier. It's just, for a lot of people, I don't think that comes naturally. It takes time to build an interest into that stuff, or some people just aren't interested in it at all. So yeah, collaboration is the answer, because you just find someone else who likes to tell stories with the things that you built, and then you can do it. Or you pick a genre that is a greater percentage of its makeup is the stuff that you like. I mean, I agree with you, Mark Mondark. Sometimes you do need to time box. I've been time boxing for the last month and a half. That's all I've been doing, is just going, you know, Pomodoro. I gave myself 15 minutes to do this task. Do. Like this stuff today. Like, I'm just being brutal about this and building the levels out the way that I know how to do them. I literally designed like a new ability today. I know how I'm going to use it. It appropriates some stuff that I've already got in the pipeline, and I just have to go for it. Just like making, I think the answer is like the thing that ends up having to happen is, at a certain point, you have to make really clear decisions and be confident in the fact that it actually doesn't matter. Like, there is no perfect. You just can't, it just doesn't exist. So it's not, there's no point getting super anxious about whether or not the thing that you've designed is it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when people say like, I'm him, it's like, is this level design or these abilities, are they him? And the answer is like, well, him is just whatever you end up with. Nobody knows the third iteration versus the fifth iteration of the work you did, or the 10th, or whether it's the first. Nobody knows. They're just playing the thing that you made. So who's to say what him is? If that makes sense. Who gets to say? Like, as long as what you're doing reaches people's interests. It's whatever. Now, there is a way to remove points on this, and I think it's shift click, or it could be alt click, or it could be control click, or it could be, well, I guess it's none of those. Do I just delete it? I do. So I think I just need to be confident that like what I've got now is approaching enough, and that the prototyping process will help me know what needs to be changed faster. That's the other thing. Like, okay, fine. Even if this isn't the last version, I'm not going to get to the last version by not prototyping and playtesting it. Like, I have to play test it anyway. No matter what. That's just like the only way that I'm going to get to the version that other people think is good. I don't have the time to pre-validate it. And I mean, like, I literally don't have the time. I think we're going to run out sooner than I could have imagined. Oh, thank you so much. I think this is right. I think I just need... I haven't done the ladders yet. How did I do them for the golden? Separate like this. Okay, so let's just do this. Thank you so much, Fractals. That's very kind. Yeah, I mean, I put myself... I ask a lot of myself, and I actually feel really sorry for anybody who tries to copy me, because it sucks. It doesn't make me happy to have had to work quite this hard to get this far. It's super exhausting. And sometimes I just wish I had picked something that was that just demanded less of me as a person, from like a project perspective, but also just like the kind of game that I'm making and the time it takes to finish this game, all of that kind of stuff. It's pretty bad. It hurts how hard I've had to work, but that's life. I hope so. I mean, there's no guarantee of that, but I suppose, you know, that's always the hope. Yeah, I've been feeling so down recently. It's bad. Super down. Just like thinking about how good I'm going to have to be to finish this thing. I'm going to have to be so good. And like, maybe I am, but like, maybe I'm not, you know, like who says I'm that good? I don't know. It's a lot, but I have to do it. I was talking to my brother yesterday and he's like, do you have to do it like that? Like, is it really, are you really up to, like, do you really have to rush it? You know, if this opportunity comes around and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I think I do. I think I have to rush it. Not rush it, but like, I think I have to commit. Five chapters planned. I think I just noticed in myself that like, if I'm ever going to finish anything in my life, I need to be able to finish this a certain way. Like, I look at movies that get made and like the productions. I look at other games and I look at their production timelines. And I'm starting to notice that like the skill that I need that I haven't really demonstrated yet is the skill to be able to make critical decisions with limited resources. Confident, critical decisions to say, this is how we're doing it. I've spent a long time honing the skill of patience and being able to spend lots of time on something and being able to look at something that's wrong and think about why it could be right and to explore that space. I've spent a lot of time doing that and I love to do that. It's my passion is to polish the diamond. I love doing that. But that's not the skill that's required of me anymore for this project. And it probably won't be the skill that I most need if I'm going to be responsible for any other kind of production after this game. Like, there will always be concept phases for different projects. There will always be new frontiers and time where you just get it right and you're spending the time fixing it. That's going to still exist in the early phases of the projects that I work on in the future. But if I'm ever going to finish this game or work on anything else that's going to be finished in the future, the prospect of just doing it and just finishing it, you know, and being happy with whatever comes out, I need to demonstrate that skill really badly. It's like such a critical one. And it's been a long time since I've forced myself to do that. So I don't want to put myself through like an incredible amount of heartache. I need to be strong enough to just say, this was what I was able to get done in the time that I allowed. And I will be happy with whatever comes out because it was mine. And I know that my brother would say something like, but what about all the time you've put into it? And I think it's just like, I can't keep making decisions, creative decisions, in the name of the game I'll be able to make later. Like, oh, if I just spend extra time on it, it will be this. I can't do that anymore. Like, that's not a valuable way to approach creating something past a certain point, because you could make that argument forever. You just always say, well, what if I waited? What if I did one more pass? What if I just kept going? Like, yeah, it's going to be better. But like, you'll always be able to say that. Have I thought about releasing the game in parts? Yeah, every year I have that thought. I have the same conversation in my head every year about releasing it in parts. And I just don't think that's on the cards, unfortunately. It's just not, the opportunity has not presented itself to do that. Yo, it's 2 p.m., which means we've got a team meeting coming up. I might take a quick break. Let me just double check. It is animation team review. One sec. Okay. So let's keep going. Yeah, it is. That's right. It is later. That's right. We're in later, and we've been in later for a while. It's later than 2017. Okay. So, wow, that's an efficient tile set, rule set. Okay. Okay. So let's see if I got this right. Yep. And I suppose what I've used here are the top ones. Okay. So I will do that the same way. That's facing that way. Whoops. Out. Oh, hang on. This goes on the prototype layer, and then the output layer says this and this. Nope. This. Does it go both sides? It does. Okay. So it's that and that. And then this looks like that, and this looks like that. And then do we have a bottom? I guess I don't, but we do here. I don't know what that is. Does the tile set have a difference? Or did I literally just flip them upside down? That'd be funny. I probably did do that. Yeah, I mean, there's kind of like a, you know, pre-production and then production distinction that I'm okay making that distinction. I'm okay saying like, hey, everything I was doing here is kind of like a different mode. Oh, no. That's not how that works. These are top and bottoms. All right, I have a different way of approaching this. I'm going to do this way. It's too complicated. That's like that. This is like this, and then that. This is like this, and then that. This is like that. This is like that. With... Oh, and I think I don't do these for that. Yeah. And then the same thing here. That is for that. That's for that. And then this goes there, I suppose. And this goes there. And then this goes there. And this goes there. Okay. So go back to this. This here, and press that, and then we get this. But the difference is this shouldn't be on the same layer. It should be on, let's go find a level. I think it's on the walls layer. Yeah. Okay. So all of the stuff we did here minus these two on the bottom. So all of this is on output underscore walls. Boom. And then on those rules, when we have our output walls, we have these set up. Save that. And then here we go like that. And that solves it, I think. So we come back over here. Not sure. Let's pull this back and see what happens. No, we still want the ground underneath. So what does that mean? How did I do it here? Did I say that there would be a output ground? No. And that's the same either way. How did I do this? It's pretty interesting. Because I'm not placing... This is the golden rules set. That's just that. That's just that. There's no output ground on any of this. I'm not seeing it. Unless I've done it everywhere else. I have. Okay, there's like another additional rule set that says what happens when you have orange in these contexts. I kind of hate the idea of having to do that. It's not been fun to do two sets. So instead, I think I'm going to try putting it here. Which basically just means doing this on output ground behind it. That doesn't look right. I'll just live with that. And then this on. Okay. So now we get that, which is closer to what I would have expected. Okay. So, actually, I could just put a gecko there. Oh, that'd be crazy if that works. And then we need a dandelion. Yay! We're doing game design. Yo, why did I lose some stuff there? Ah, that's why. So dandelion vine, I guess it kind of has to just be here. And then this needs to be obviously a wall. So then we can go that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool guy. It's just that these aren't considered ledges. So output ledges. On wet rules. So it's these, but yeah, that's correct the way it's facing. Ledge R, ledge L. So this is ledge R, that is also ledge R. Save it. Sweet. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I'm just making up new content based on the mechanics we've been working on. So this wall ride is new. I think it should. I don't know what should happen when we hit the ground. Dude, this guy is so annoying. Get out of here. Okay. And then the patrol for this guy is actually crazy. Why is it so far-reaching? I don't think we have a maximum distance that we're checking right now. No. From where you started, not just anywhere. Okay, also, I think this zone camera here, I want to change the Y offsets to 0, and I want to bring it up so that it only really kicks in once we start doing that, and then I want to bring the Y down. Like that. Morning. Okay, that's better. Can't beat me. Yeah, it's so... When we touch the ground there, I feel like we kind of want something to happen. Maybe not. Maybe you just let it go. I just feel like if I start, it's just going to do nothing. So maybe you have to have not touched the ground previously. Like, bull was ever not grounded. And then when we enter, we say was ever not grounded equals false. And then on do, we say if else was ever not grounded equals true. If we are grounded and was ever not grounded, then we're done. So what that means is I should be able to do, these guys are a menace. Excuse me. Hello. Thank you. So I should be able to run. That's what we want. That will work. So you can start on the ground. As long as you leave the ground, you're fine. You can run along the thing, and then as soon as you touch the ground after that, it stops. Sweet. Nice. All right. Thanks. Still working on this kind of thing, but oof. Oof. Yeah, that's nice. So I guess here, like, we could do the snake, and we could do lots of things. Little secret here if we want. Probably too high. And then maybe that's enough. That probably won't be able to be reached. That's too high. Even that might be still too high. So once we get to here, can I just, no. Can I do this? Ooh. No, not quite. Ooh. Oh, dude, that's so close. I might just let the player do that. Nice. You can do it. You can also do this. That'll work too. So we go boom, 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 boom. Oh, baby. Dude, the chaining. Not ashamed of it at all. Okay, and then we're just gonna do maybe a little situation here. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth one needs to be just the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth one. Wow, that's so much lower than I keep thinking it has to be. Cool. Ooh, we could do something like across here as well. We could do like a gap through the shaft. Maybe we just leave that open. Gee, that'd suck if you fell down that. Cool. Oh, that's so fun. So you can go across here, across here, run up that wall, can't get over there, you can run up this wall, kick off, run over here, take this guy out, jump up here, get something cool here, come down here. We can do that like madmen. We can do over this like that. Probably should do some sort of like way to get back up this way, I think. Cool. Okay, cool. For now, that's plenty. Could even do cool. What? Good. Now the trouble here is that you can kind of cheese the whole level if you can get up here on your own and then drop through here. So how do I... Okay. How do I fix that? Is my question. It's a problem that comes up a few times in the game, where the player can just drop through a section of puzzle that, like in this level, you can sort of just drop down here and reach this way before coming up this way. And I don't have like... I don't have like a major way to solve that other than to like introduce a death drop. Like if you fall a certain distance, you just die. So if you're airborne and the place where you started from is a certain distance from where you are right now, it just fades out and you start again from that previous spot. It's not super against what I'm trying to do in the game. I don't think there's anywhere in the game right now though where you have to do a blind jump higher than the screen. So like... if I'm here, right, and I drop beyond this point down here, I mean, that, I probably should just lose that. That said, if I'm here and I go to this, and then I'm here and I go to that, I mean, is there a drop from this height that I could sort of prevent myself from respawning away? I mean, that all seemed very natural, so I sort of don't really buy it. You know, that all seems like stuff you should be able to do. Certainly that feels like a point of safety. And especially when you use an ability to like break your fall, it feels like, well, you know, I haven't been falling that long. So like now it would be like if I dropped and then did this, you know, does that count? I could do something where like, if you started here, I lock the camera here, so that once I start falling, the camera just refuses to pan down, maybe. And if I fall off the camera from here, it just kills you. That might work. I mean, it's less about the passage. It's more like, I want you to have to force yourself to jump across this, and I want you to die if you miss it. But I also want you to be able to come up from the bottom here later. So it's like the same kind of geometry, but a different context, if that makes sense. Which then is also weird because it's like, well, what if I try to wall run down? You know? It could just be before you have this unlocked, this is a death drop. That's very picky stuff, but I think I could do it. I think it's a kill zone is what I call it. Kill zone 2. So we could add a hazard. That's right. We could make it visually distinct. The section titles, it's a trick. It's an editor script. The editor script, it's a bunch of underscores. So it's the name of the section, a bunch of underscores, and then this is like a gizmo that's being drawn. I don't know exactly what it's called. It's like maybe it's a handle, or actually, I think you can put sprites inside of the names, like the labels. But then I made it twice as big and I added empty game object above it. Just a nameless game object. This is technically anything. It's just... you know, whatever. Yeah. So it works. I mean, as a section header, it's great. I also have a script that finds objects that I've classified as object, like finds game objects that I've classified as like character or sequence, and auto sorts them underneath the specific headings. Yeah. So that way, whenever I'm going into a level, I know all the story stuff is under sequence. Any like cutscenes will just auto be under here. Yeah, I like the idea of the player falling, you know? This feels like, I like the idea of playing with your sense of anxiety of like, oh, will I make that drop? You know, if there's just a bunch of vines here, I could do it, but it's like, now it's vines and it's a big hazardous drop. It feels a little bit overloaded. But anyway, it's not that important. Okay. So this is like a fine scaffold. Oh, I got too cocky. Okay. Anyway. This is probably too much for this level anyway. I'll just put like I need this version's level of the Marten, which is a Froggen, but they're too difficult right now. door there. My gosh. Getting eaten alive by this guy. Dude, he's got way too much HP. Okay, let's balance that out. 500. Wow. Okay. He's fun. Okay. And then I need the level scrolling bounds. Okay. Ouch. Now, I thought I saw Armin try to walk towards something here, but maybe I was wrong. Good. I could put a second one up here somewhere. Even here. with another dandelion vine here. Dude, that move sucks. I hate it. All right. They should be a little weaker than that even, I think. 250 is probably even too much. 200 is fine. Yeah, that's plenty. That's heaps. Rusty opal? Oh no. Cool. It's the car? I don't know what that is. Well, that's not right. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. Let's try that again. There we go. Maybe the snakes doesn't belong here anymore because we've already got the frogs. Rusty opal. Never even heard of it. The car is wait, the name of the car is Rusty Opal or the model? Oh, Opal is the kind of car. Opal car. Oh. We don't have that in Australia. Not really. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Sorry, I thought you said Rusty Opal of like, you know, I thought that was the name of, I thought the car make, the model was, the make was Rusty and the model was Opal. I thought that's how you were thinking about it. Opal Insignia. Okay, I see. Yeah, we don't have those here. Okay. This is a Polygon Collider 2D and it is a trigger, but somehow this guy doesn't, he's trying to not touch it. So we can try to fix that. Maybe it's... Air animation state for patrol has a fly. So was he getting clipped on the ceiling? Oh no, I pressed the button. The death button. Oh. Okay. Thanks, Unity. Hey, Kedarui. Did I get my other slam shell? I did. So when I move over here, is it trying to not touch the floor? No, that's okay. Dude, honestly, I'll be honest here. I'm not changing the inputs for this game. Ever. I think the game feels very fun to play in my hands. There was some talk in the forums of simplifying the inputs. I don't think it's possible, and I'm happy with what they are. I think it's just a learning curve that players are just going to have to understand. Hey, Tamale. It's going well. Feeling good. Okay, so let's save this. Updates. Okay. And then yeah, already, like the fact that I was able to design something that is a playable thing in that period of time, I think is very promising. I need for the start point of the elevator to be, I think actually if I just drag it down to the bottom, it will automatically say that it's at stop B. I think it'll pick the nearest one at the beginning. So I can just walk up to it and yeah. Yep. Okay, good. And then you won't be able to go through here because there will be a, what have I designed? Ah, whoops, I also missed, oh man, I'm having a terrible day today. All right, I'll spin up a meeting. One sec. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I can hear you coming in through clearly. How's it going?
Good.
It's
How
good.
about you?
Yeah, I think I've been a little bit. I don't know. My mind's been a bit trying to work up the emotional courage to like do a big push on chapter 2 story content, and I think I'm getting there. But yeah, all good. I'm gonna hit record if that's okay.
Yep, all good.
Sweet. Now, because we're on Google Meet, this might be difficult. Do you have something I can pull?
Yes.
Okay. I think I can. I think I can discard all this stuff. And then I think I can pull. Yep, I see it. I'll take your bank and I'll take my everything else. Cool. Okay. And then, so this is for the barbarian.
Yes.
Sweet. Let's go have a listen. Oh, menacing. I think it would be good to have like maybe an audio cue for each of the attacks. So there's one like that's perfect, and then the one where he's lower. I don't think we have one for that one yet. Let's see if I can get him to do it. I can force it. Hang on one sec.
Is this for the overhead or the like spin?
The forward kind of
that?
facing. Not that one. That one. Hang on one sec. I'll get it right. So if I say, oh, I think he does have one. Maybe I just wasn't hearing it. That one. Yeah. So the one where he starts kind of low and swings forward, the shout is like right on the hit, but I'd love it if the shout was just a little bit before to give the player a bit of heads up. And it might
Gotcha.
be that I'm asking for that because I don't have much animation telegraphing for that attack yet. So maybe it's not a big deal either way. But I think if we used, I don't know how many sounds you've got for him, but I'll show you which one it is. So it's this one here. You've got the sound on frame 6. I wonder if we could get it on frame 2 instead. It might not even sound right if we do that. So I'm not going to assume that that's good direction. I might see if I can get it on there. Fmod reference.
I think we totally could. I just think we'll have to separate out the Foley and the vocal.
Yeah, maybe that's right. Yeah, because the other ones are sounding really good. Like the rest of it's sounding great. Can I not do
Great.
that?
I'm glad.
Yeah, and I like the take you've got on his vocalization. Yeah. I think the like the slam, maybe instead of rah rah, it could be rah. So just keep it a bit lower on that first part of the up down. But it's pretty good.
Gotcha.
Not a major change. I'm just getting a phone call. I'll answer that in a second. I guess just to wrap this one off, was there anything else that you wanted feedback on regarding like this enemy or anything different for this week?
This is it for
Cool.
now. Yeah, I'll have Rekka and the entropy platforms soon.
Cool.
I might shoot you a message over the weekend or something about that.
Okay, no worries. Cool. I'll let you go now, and we can catch up on Monday.
Sounds good.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Elias.
No problem. Thank you.
Right.
Take care.
See ya. Bye. Sorry, chat. I'm just getting some like my wife's messaging me and she's saying some stuff that's a little concerning. So I just need to call her back and make sure that she's okay. And sorry, Elias, for getting a little distracted towards the end of that chat there. I think she's going to be okay, but I just want to confirm. One sec. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Tony Chopper asks, what ability does the frog give you? The frog gives you the same ability as the snake right now, which is just the bounce, just the jump. Yeah, all good. Yeah, she was just finishing up at work and she was calling me about some pain she's having in her foot. But it's not like anything dangerous or serious. She's just, her shoes aren't very good. All right. So we have music review at 4 and we have 40 minutes until then. So let's go move on back over to chapter 2. Hey, Merlin's beard. Yeah, she's got bunions and she was wearing some shoes today that just didn't fit very well. And so she was having to limp to the car, which is unfortunate. I felt bad for her. So, big, tall level, long, wide level. Which is... this one right now, but it will be much wider. And... is designed to be a big gate, essentially. So the idea would be I think we mostly keep all of this stuff. So we're gonna go to tile maps, wet, and then floor west could not be found. What are we looking for? Ridgelands tile set 2. Which is in Tile Maps Ridgeland Rules. Ridgelands Tile Set 2. That's not what I'm looking for. Ridgelands Tile Set 2.tmtsx. And that's in Tiles, Tile Maps, Ridgelands. Tile set 2. Okay. Now these are 32 and 32. And then we're going to go fill this with this, fill this with that, and replace this with this, and then this, and that. Okay. And then we could just crop all that. All right. To a degree. All right. So this level is designed to have... Oh, come on. Big gap in the middle. Like that. And what else is happening on this level? We need a northern entrance. This is huge. This is really tall. I have to remember that I doubled the size of this just now when I switched the tile sets. Okay. Could even do a bit of this. Just for fun. I think up and over would be better. At McDonald's has the golden arches. We have the golden arcs. caught the reference. Okay. Hey, Demon, it's coming along. Oh boy. I'm wondering why that doesn't work. The red gems are getting a bit weird. What's breaking on me? Um... Hey. Okay. Well, that's no problem. So what is it about the hedgehog that's different to how we did the gecko? Because for some reason, the gecko is screwing it up. The ensign gems just leave, but when do they leave? And why is that different then to the gecko? Okay, that's fine. But then something breaks immediately. What is the problem here? Oh, they don't have the mark UI. Is that what it is? If I mean, I guess that's one way to do that. Okay, yeah, it was just that. But then, same thing. Okay, that worked. Okay. I have an idea that will change this. Yeah. I don't know. Bit of work to be done, I think. In any case, we enter this area, and if we don't have the ability, there's nothing really to do here except die. So we'll be forced to do other things, which is good. So I would just put like a... one of these guys up against this. And I might need another different kind of dandelion vine style enemy here, because they're getting a little bit old, I think. Something else that can climb walls. Cool. Maybe we could do something like this. What would help us get across this from chapter 1? Maybe we could just... I don't really want to put a hedgehog here. I think I want an enemy... it's too hard to do that right now. But it would be nice to have an enemy that was like... that could hover right up against the wall. That gave you a green ensign for the wall climb, but that was like more or less like I want to be able to like jump up across them back and forth. So it needs to be an enemy that's not the vine. It's a bit simpler than that. Too hard to reach. Oh, possible though. Hmm. I think it might be nice to have like a little bit of a hitbox on the wall run. Oh, does he have nothing at the moment? Okay, he needs both. Hey, Gouda. Okay. So that's looking really good. Let's go to the level scrolling bounds, scrolling camera boundary. Level scrolling bounds and set them up appropriately. Left edge, wait a second. Right in the middle. Left edge, right edge. Okay. Perfect. Hello? Hello? Unity? Hello? Weird. Okay, so we've got 2 big levels now, which is what I was hoping for, which is great. And then there should be another one here. So we got, how much wall run stuff have we got here? Blah, 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 blah. One sec, pals. Close that, click that, click that. We're good. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. There's going to be one more level here or here. Okay. And then my thought was that I wanted to take this level here and shift it to about there. Sanctum, outer sanctum. A big zone here, which let's call it this one for argument's sake. And then these would go on this side of this. Trying to make this more of like a centralized puzzle. And then, yeah, this would kind of just hang off the edge. This, I don't know yet. And then the struggly part here is that all of this is supposed to end. This boss fight is supposed to be right underneath that. So like, technically we could push, I was thinking maybe to have this more poised like that. Could even do this. Or maybe this is too wide. I mean, they're all a bit off. But no biggie. Unless I move this part here to be further over, underneath kind of thing. Not out of the question. This level's not going to be as wide as it is either. This is all a bit made up. Like there's not really... None of this has to be this way, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and then like... This level exists. I think I'll just draw a line there and just let that be that. This goes there, yep. And then this level is still in the game, as is this one. And they're going to be doors, I think from this level. From zone there, yeah. So this connects directly to Cheverton now, which means I need some sort of a visual change as we cross over. Actually, the background in this level will be this one. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, much better. So, what I don't have are doors that represent Cheverton at all. Like the town itself, the way that I've got the Orinstead doors with the flags. I want the same thing for Cheverton. If I had to pick an actor to play Armin in a live action movie, oh my gosh. I have no idea. I can't answer that question. There's really nobody today. Timothy Chalamet, he can play Armin. He'd do a good job. Nah, Tom Holland's too old now. Tom Holland in 2016 maybe, but not really. I think Chalamet. Shamalama Ding Dong. I think Chalamet. Yeah, but he could still... Chalamet could get away with it, you know? I feel like he could get away with it. There's no like new actors that I think have like Armin. Who would play old Armin? Chalamet also. Okay, we've got... Sorry, one sec. Cool. So we have Kate Winslet as Rosie. No, Rosie's a bit... I think Kristen Wiig would make a better Rosie. She's got to have she's a bit more like, I think her personality and her shape is a bit more, you know, she's a bit more funny and a bit more, I guess, what's the word? I don't know. I think Kate Winslet's got a regalness to her that I think doesn't fit Rosie. All right. So what we're doing in this level and this level is we would need some kind of what am I doing here? I've got this new ability called Hammerfall, called High Guard. Hammerfall, which is going to be breaking blocks. Now, I'm not sure if I want that or the spike. Right now, neither of them do much different from each other. I guess the wind would be the difference maker. We want the wind in this chapter, but I think maybe better to leave the wind for chapter 3 because there's more desert. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that this enemy gives you the Hammerfall ability rather than the spike, the meteor. And Hammerfall doesn't exist right now, so I guess we have to put that in the game too. Well, it sort of does. It's just that it's not really codified as an ability just yet. So right now you have blocks like this. You pick up this ability and then you can break through blocks. But instead of it being... Wait a second. Huh. Yeah. Instead of it being going straight through, it's going to be like a slam until he hits the ground. So it's going to be like, it's going to look like this. Arriva la punizione. Pretty much the vendetta. It's like Great Aether. Great Aether? Anyway, so let's put that in the game. It's really just, I mean, I could go to the, what is this called? Dare ability. Okay, ability state. All right, what do we got? It's an attack, it's an air state. That's correct too. What is this? This should be eye attack. That's going to change a bunch of stuff. Okay. So it's an attack, it's an air state. It's 2 animations, so it's public, sheet, startup, public, sheet, fall, and then public, behavior, state, hard landing. So I hate that. How do I stop that from happening? Every time I do that, it jumps ahead and starts typing ahead of me. Anyway, so when we enter, if we are grounded, if we could actually just make these animation states. So when we enter, we could say set startup. Yep. I think that's literally all we have to do. I don't think there is anything else. Very simple ability. I didn't make them yet. All right, another meeting. Let me set this thing up. I hate how my computer constantly opens up like Chrome or whatever in like on like my other monitor. I don't know which one's considered the primary. I'm pretty sure I know which one's which, but for some reason it's just different apps think that different monitors are the main one. Okay. This is okay. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to open this up. We're going to bring up the volume. And then ding dong. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's your week going?
All right. I still have, I'm really frustrated because I still have this cough that I've had
Oh,
for
that
like
sucks.
2.5 weeks now. So
Yeah.
probably go to a doctor.
Yeah. Infections can be like that, you know, just like hanging around. Are you like energy wise, you feel okay?
Everything else is literally fine. It's just, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just the cough, like the chest. Yeah, I have energy, like I'm still doing stuff, but yeah, it's just lingering for some reason.
Yeah, it sucks. Oh well. Hopefully it doesn't stick around too much longer.
How are you going?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I think I've been trying to embrace the mentality of like just get it done for a lot of the work I'm currently doing, just being
Mm,
less like emotionally attached to it and more decisive. And I think it's working, but I've had to like really drag my brain emotionally into this
yeah.
state of mind. But yeah, I'm going to hit record and then we can take a look at the work you've been doing.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. Okie doke. So we're looking at Cheverwood.
Yes.
Cool. Just for viewers watching on the stream, this is kind of like the place I'm actually working on right now. So this would be awesome if we could kind of pair this with the development. Do you have any kind of like forward notes before I could play?
I think, yeah, I mean, I'd just like your thoughts on the tone. For me, I'm not sure if it needs to be a bit more, I don't know if dark's the right word, but
Yeah,
like a
like
bit more
moody.
ancient, a bit more like moody. I think at the moment it's still quite, I don't know, in like explorative and curious.
Mhm.
It sort of has a lighter tone to it. So
Okay.
that's one point I'd like direction on, I guess. But other than that, yeah, just general thoughts.
Sounds good. I'll click play and we'll have a listen. I think we're in a good spot. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'll listen to it again just to solidify my thoughts.
Mm.
It's a really tough choice because I think what I'm hearing is it's wonderful. First of all, sounds really lovely, and it does capture the awe aspects, AWE, that I really like, and I want in this part of the game, I want to pull the player into that kind of mindset of, wow, look at all this stuff that's different from the last chapter entirely, and we must be in a whole new place. And how many more times is the game going to take us somewhere completely new? In terms of the tone for the plot, it it might be too tranquil, but I'm not sure yet. I think you're catching on to a very similar. Like I think I share your same feeling, but I haven't really
Yeah.
given you. I think my direction has you've met the brief very well, and I wonder if the brief needs to be darker in any way. I don't know.
Well, I like the words. I really liked the word humidity
Yeah.
and like, yeah, the old, the deep. I feel like I'm not quite hitting that
Mm,
at the amount that I would like. It's yeah, it is more the awe, curiosity, wonder, less
mm.
humid, deep, like ancient forest feeling.
Yeah, there's a quality to it that I think would be nice if the player sort of felt like they might be being watched by distant eyes, if that
Mm,
if that helps. um,
yeah.
or that it's a little bit less. I think what I'm hearing now is that it's got a resoluteness to it that's quite stable. So it feels like
Yes.
we are somewhere that we're supposed to be, and we're we can appreciate the space for what it is. But maybe if it was a little bit more uncertain and a little bit
Mm.
more foreboding is probably too deep of a word, but
Uneasy maybe?
yeah,
Like,
just a little bit. I mean, it could be something that you add throughout, or that punctuates it a little bit. The way that you're doing it with the dungeon theme. But
Yeah.
yeah, does that feedback help?
Yeah, that's really helpful.
Cool.
And I was trying to sort of match the sounds to the dungeon theme,
Yes.
like have some continuity
Yep.
in the sound world. So
Yeah, I like the marimbas and the reverb and it's all good. I think you're making good choices there.
Cool.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll let you do another pass on that, and we'll catch up next week.
All right.
Okay.
See ya.
Thanks, Morgan. Bye. Sweet. I kind of just want to like hear it in the game. I just want to run around in the game and listen to it. But maybe it's a bit early to like, what's the word? Like infect my ears. Like if I listen to it too much, I'll probably just like it. But that said, I am going to run around and play it right now. Let me just go to a level that we worked on a bit earlier today and see if it fits. Ebenezer, thank you so much. Eben Chadnezer. Thank you. So yeah, it's nice. Maybe a little too serene. I think that's the only feedback that I would give. But I think Morgan already was heading in that direction of feeling that way. So it's good. Alrighty. So let's keep on playing the music for the stream. And we were working on I think this section actually shouldn't have this background. Well, it can, but it has to have it like by about here. And then there's the Cheverton Forest background, which goes here. I wonder if I can kind of do that. It's probably not going to work, but yeah, that doesn't work at all. And if we finally get to up here, well, that's kind of cool. I'll need to find a way to make them work in harmony together because they're really nice. All right. I mean, a lot of it's right. I think it's just the layering. I'm not sure why this is so gargantuan. So what's the problem here? The problem here is that this layer here is on background 0, and this is on background 3, 2. So if anything, I think it should be more like this should be like middle ground 1, -10. This should be like middle ground 1, -15. So that's great. And then when we get up here, it should sort of transition as we get to the very, very top into this. Now the question is, how do we do the transition? I think in this scene, we could probably just bring this down. No, not quite. Maybe we just don't have it at all. It's cool. What we could do is take this one, take this guy. And do that. And this way, as we go up, there's a bit of a weird transition, but at least we get that. So we would just need something that sits across the two that is probably like the near forest wall. Which, if we put it on middle ground 1, negative 12. Probably do that as the transition. Yeah, nice. Well, I'm not sure I will be listening to the Insignia soundtrack. I don't want to ruin it for everybody. Do you know what I mean? Why can I not drag this back? I can do this, but I can't do that. I mean, maybe we could do it. If we had like 2.5 hours of music, maybe it's something we could do. That's quite a nice transition. Hmm. Not bad. I think I just want to take this and this and shift them up both by quite a bit. And then this, I'll bring this back. So that it takes a bit of time before you see this. And then we have to shrink it down quite a lot. It's still parallaxing so aggressively. Wait, does this parallax on the Y? It does. Pardon me, it does, but it's just so far away. I don't listen to that much lo-fi, do I? Just every day. Yeah, I get that. People have such different, like, I've had this, of all the people who watch the Insignia game dev live stream, I'm the one who watches it the most. I've listened to more lo-fi than anybody, and I still don't make that association. It's funny what people hang on to, like different things that catch people's ears. Oh, that's not good. That's better. It's just that now this would need to be much lower. How did it not go lower? Then this thing here is a bit of a problem when we zoom out. So this is considered background 0. It is a parallax by depth. It is set to infinite loop, but it doesn't have anything above or below it that's like skybox. So I could just do one of these. Go like that. Or there is another way actually, if I'm doing this right, where I think in the scene meta it is. Yeah, we can change the background color to be the color that we want. Oh boy. Okay, scene meta. I can say that I want the background to be like that color, I guess. Yeah, that's better. Still not great, but better. But these levels feel enormous. I feel like it needs to be much more compressed. I think this is the biggest level in the game right now, just by size. Is there anything larger? No. Chapter 1 is a demo that you can play. Yeah. Okay. So we need a door. It's door north. That's like that. And then another level here. For now, that can be this one. And then we need a way to get to it from here. There's two things that this level needs in it. So we need sea fractals. We need a way to get up this. And then maybe a way to bring this up to there. Something out here. Something out here. And in the past, I had this as like, I mean, I probably still got the level. Oh, I guess not. I guess I've changed it since then. This one here. So, you know, this down the bottom, this over on the left, this way on the right. I think I still have to do that. maybe we could do this. I like the idea of us springing in from the bottom of the level. And then it makes it a little easier to do this. And then at that point, you sort of have to ask, what's the point of even having these? Just do that at that point, right? And I would say to you, you're right. Why bother? In fact, I'd probably even say to here. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's turn off all of these just for a bit. So we come up through here, we meet them here, we go over here, we do this thing. That's good. And then we come over here and we go leave the scene that way. I think that's okay. But what I want is a chasm here. Maybe we just get a little bit more of that terrain. 1, 2. So I can do this, and then this, and then maybe a bit of this with that. Also, let's bring this all in. And maybe even lower. Nice. Just because it's not, it needs to be cozy. Okay, so you come up through here and Here we are. Nice. And then you won't be able to do that. Instead, we need to be a little wider still, I think. There we go. Much better. Okay, so then we need the same thing from this. Thank you so much, Mustard. I spent a long time working on it, so it better be good, is all I'm saying. Lots of brown in this level, by the way. I need to get rid of all that. Okay, and then we've got a very simple wall that we can cross. I think maybe the rocks are too much. Beyond this point here. So maybe we go I think just because the contrast helps. And we could do the green. That's no big deal. Not that one. Okay. I want it up, going up into this. It has to start. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, cool. And then we need our gecko. So we can, but first we also need to set this up to combat unlocked. So we can have a sword when we playtest. And we're gonna grab him. So now we can go like that. Nice. Definitely need a zone camera there. Yeah. Dude. Okay, so when we're standing here, we can see the whole thing and the other side that we're trying to get to, and then we can run across it, make it just fine, and then we can leave. And when we're standing over here, nothing happens. It's only when we stand up here and approach it. I think we should go a little wider. Pretty good right there. Nice. Is that really only there? Oh, okay, that's fine. Dude, that enemy is just so broken right now. Cool. Tools or add-ons from the Unity asset store that you would say are a must for making pixel games. Honestly, I don't use many. I kind of built all my own stuff. Let's see what I've got installed. So like the 2D libraries, obviously they come with 2D projects, but if you you've started with a URP project, you might not have these. So grab those for sure. I mean, there's not much, is there? Hot Reload is insane for Unity in general, not just for pixel art games, but just for games. I use Supertile to Unity for bringing in levels from tiled. Honestly, that's about it. I really don't use much. I don't even need this. TextMesh Pro, like that's all Unity stock stuff. Some people would say Cinemachine, but I've got my own sort of Cinemachine-esque thing. Can I say which ability this is? So this should be all right. So if I come over here, will that be now red? Nope. What about this? Oh. Wait, flame outline material. How does it know that this is... How does it know what it's doing here? It doesn't. Oh, it's got a child sprite. And that's the ensign. Okay. So in the teleporter, is that setting all that stuff up? I think not. I'd be looking to see a sprite renderer or something here and there. 2 sprite renderers. No. Okay. But this is on the teleporter specifically, which is, I think, part of the anvil. Are these additional things? Let's discard that. This is teleporter appearance. So if I go to teleporter and I go to teleporter appearance, just like this, let's discard all that. Okay, I mean, it's all here. So it's probably right to do it then. Whoa, 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 whoa. Glow renderer and flame renderer. That's these two. Okay, so they do have sprites. Uh-huh. So these... set the color and the float based on the fast travel menu. I see. So we don't need that to be that. We don't do anything with this. We just leave it as it is. And what we do is we set up a new Crucible level that teaches you wall ride right here, which is fun. Happy to do that. Let me take this one as the example. Okay. So, of all the abilities, we've got Scale, Charge, Arise, Dive, Arc, Launch, Pull, Rebound, Shock, Slide, Step. That's 11 abilities. But there's more than that in the game. So let's add one. Wall ride ability. And it's none of those. Uh-oh. There we go. Yep, cool. So now in fast travel, we can go to the menu and at the very bottom say wall ride trial. Okay, so now feels dank. This is a little trick. I call it hierarchy utils. And what it is it's just a little script that goes through and adds empty game objects with a label, a bunch of underscores, and then like it attaches an icon to the, so like all game objects have icons, right? You see these here? Those are all just little sprites and you can set what those are. So I'm setting the icon of like the sequence to this big thing here, and then I'm putting an empty game object above it. And I just have this script that just checks every time the scene gets saved, and it makes sure that those game objects exist with those names and the icons and all that stuff, and then rearranges the contents so that the things between them match what they're supposed to. It's just a little trick of mine. This is it here. Asset modification processor. And it just says, hey, make sure these exist. Put the underscores. Check which kinds of things are in the scene and move them to the specific place that they need to go. Okay, now, if I go here and I look at this guy, no good. Did I connect them yet? Yes. Pretty sure I did. No screenshot found for scene. Are there overrides, I wonder? No, it's there. How annoying. The UK is suing Steam for $900 million. Are they really? What are they suing them on the basis of? Monopoly? Oh. Well, that's kind of anti-competitive. Yeah, I could see it. I mean, if they got a good case, they got a good case. We'll see. World graph instance fast travel metas where scene meta GUID equals current scene meta.scene GUID. But it's not the current scene meta GUID. And then if the meta is null, which it will be, what's the exception here? The fast travel menu? The metas? I'm not sure. It's checking if something's null. So what's null at this point? The world graph? Surely not. I don't believe it. That's fine. Fast travel menu? Dot metas? $12. Okay. So what's the issue here, my guys? If find returns something that's null, so what? Oh, current scene meta doesn't exist? Ah, that's why. Makes sense. Hey, there it is. Sweet. It even has like, yeah, everything's pretty much right about that. Okay. I did have this background that I wanted to use, that I was using. And where is it? It's part of this, and it's this part here that I really like. Crucible entrance wall. Um. What? No ledge. Excuse me? How dare you? What? Huh? They're all wrong. Thank you so much, Coffee. They're all off by some amount. I didn't move them. Or did I move this? I did. Revert that. I moved the actual terrain. Yeah, I kind of feel... Honestly, I feel like I wouldn't be this diligent if I hadn't, like, put myself on the line so hard. I made it really, really hard for myself. But I guess that's just life, you know? Sweet. I should be able to interact with this and go straight there. That doesn't like that. Why won't you let me teleport? Ah, because I've already technically unlocked the ability, which I shouldn't be able to do if I haven't got it yet. Let's go like no progress. Will it work? No. Okay. I guess I have to just force a cutscene onto that. Davy Jones says, Adam, as someone who's given a lot of feedback on the demo, I just wanted to say again, especially after watching the first half of today's stream, that the game so far is really, really, really fun. Oh, I appreciate it, Davy. I also appreciate your very candid feedback, and I'm very grateful for the kind of back and forth we've had over the last couple of days. Yeah, let's do it, Fake Coffee. Let's do it. Yeah, Davy Jones on YouTube. I'm very grateful for it. I think, just quickly, there are sometimes, you know, design choices that you make are going to have divisive responses. Because something can't be all things to all people. And at the same time, there are choices that you make as a designer that sometimes those choices are for reasons that aren't evident in the playtest. So it can seem like the value of a specific choice is just not as strong as it could be. But I think we made some very good ground. I think we covered some really good ground in that conversation on Discord, and it's actually made me quite a lot more confident in the choices that I've made so far, even if the feedback was negative. So I just wanted to say I appreciate it. Because I think I know like why the bits that don't feel good. And I'm confident enough not to throw the baby out with the bathwater on the input methods for the abilities. I just know when I'm running around the game that like it'll be fine. I enjoy it now. I find it, you know, I find the system compelling to play as a player. It's just, there's a little bit of, for me, there's a bit of jank in a lot of the behavior kind of restrictions, like just when you're allowed to do certain things, which I think players are picking up on as well. Hang on, let me see if I can. Yeah, like this kind of thing here. I know that like pressing, you know, holding the button down and doing that is not something that people can't be expected to do. I think it's just that, you know, I've probably trained you inadvertently to think that you can spam the attack button or to treat combat a certain way. And I'm okay with it demanding a bit more from you. I just need to make sure that the enemies deserve that level of demand. By being, you know, appropriately difficult and also fair. And right now, not a lot of them are. They're all very unbalanced. So I totally understand the feedback. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes and then we'll do the playtest of Fake Coffee's game. Okay. So, we're going to play Fake Coffee's game. Is Fake Coffee a different person on Discord? Have you got a different username? I feel like I've been a bit confused by our conversation because I think someone on Discord like apologized for the way that they asked for a game review based on the game. I had said that it wasn't really a game that I was prepared to do on stream. No, different people. Okay, so maybe I've just been confused. Someone came into the stream like a week and a half ago maybe saying that they wanted someone to playtest their game, but it was like a longer game. And I said I wouldn't be able to play it on stream if it was like a multiple hour game. No. And then a couple of days later, somebody else, and it might be the same person, somebody said, hey, sorry about the way that I barged in asking for you to play my game. So that there were two different. Oh, your game's not playable. I'm confused then. How did we get into this position? Did a game review get redeemed in advance? Is that what's happened? How did we get to... I don't think I've seen a redeem today. Okay, that's not you on Discord then, who's talking to me. Someone else. I'm a little confused. That's okay. No. Is there an explanation that I need to... I'm still... Right. Okay. Well, you can definitely redeem a review if your game is under half an hour's worth of game that you'd like me to look at. I'm very happy to play it. If you redeem it, it's no problem. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you've got a playable demo, happy to do that when it's time. Okay. So. That's okay. We'll do. I might end the stream in a little bit. Actually, I'm feeling a little tired. This scene's going to get a lot narrower in a second. And then this is going to be quite a good level, I think. Okay, so this scene is going to change significantly. Okay. So I need to just get rid of everything that's here, clear all that up, because I don't want to impact my brain's perception. How about we do one that ends in the middle? And actually the first one should actually be a simple challenge where we're just going up. I don't like how similar this is to the previous one we would have just done. Maybe start in the middle. Placing challenges. The only tips I can give you are to do with like pacing. So if it's a challenge, it should be not in the main path, or at least that's my design philosophy, is don't put a challenge somewhere that people who aren't looking for a challenge might run into it. Put it somewhere where people who are looking for it will find it. That would be my thing. When we've got a playable build of Chapter 2, we'll start playtesting it. As soon as there's something to playtest. If it's a new game, there may be different rules. I'm not really sure what you mean by a new game. Like, what kind of genre are we talking about? First-person musical instrument game. Okay, what's the progression structure like? Is it level-based? Is there a linear path of levels that you have to unlock? How does one go through the game? Morning, Puck. Okay, but that's not a direct answer to my question. Like, how does the game progress in terms of like, is there a level 1, level 2, or is it like, can you walk around the map? Are there options for where you can go in the map, or is it all the same? Is it a linear path, or is there non-linear? Because you're asking about the placement of challenges, right? So I'm asking, how does the player access content? Is there a level select screen? So this is what I'm saying. You've got your game, and there are different places that you can go based on how strong you are. When you say challenge areas, my understanding is that you either mean areas that are specifically difficult and optional, or you mean like just parts of the game that happen to be harder. I mean, the obvious answer is if it's just parts of the game that happen to be harder, you would put them later, right? You would just put them in parts that you can't access until later. But if you're talking about challenges that are optional, then I would say the point of them being challenges is that they are not things that you have to do. They're things that you can do if you're in the mood for it. So I wouldn't put a challenge here. I'd put a challenge here. Right? Or I'd put one here. That way, this challenge is not stopping you from going from 5 to 6. It's just something extra you can do. Or you could, do something else where you could pick from challenges, like things like boss rush modes in game. A boss rush mode happens after you've beaten all of the bosses, right? So like if you have like particularly hard levels, you might get those after you've beaten the main game. But I think it's fine to have, if this is like got a difficulty of 6, you could put it here if you want, just to give players who are trying to get ahead of the level curve, players who are like, this is too easy for me. I'm really good at this game. Okay, give them something much harder, but make it so that people who are just scraping through can get out without having to do this. Make sense? Now, I could be completely misunderstanding what you mean by challenge, but we'll sort that out afterwards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless, like, do you have a specific reason why the thing you're describing needs to be, like, what do you envision this content you're describing, the challenging content, what do you envision its place in the game ought to be? How would you describe what it's supposed to be? That's, I think, we have to get past that part yet. Sorry. We have to first get through that question of what is the intent behind that part of the game. If you look at Batman, challenges in that were if you collect trophies. And you can't get those until... Are you talking about achievements? Like, are the challenges content? Is it difficult content? Like in your... Hey, Jamie Pine. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey. So Creepy Brow, like, what is a challenge in your game? Is it a trophy or is it like a level? Like, is it a... Okay. So you're describing like parts of the game that are, well, it sounds like you are talking about optional things. How was your stream, Jamie? What'd you get up to? Or people who are watching Jamie's stream, what did Jamie get up to? Hey. So Creepy Brow, what you might do then, if it's a collectible thing, if it's something that is not mandatory to complete the game, but that you want people to take an interest in, then what you can do is put easy challenges, 1 or 2 in the main path, and then the more kind of exotic ones further out. So you get the player used to the idea of discovering these challenges and doing them, but then you don't force them to do all of them. Otherwise, they're not challenges, are they? They're just part of the main game content. That's how I would do it. A voice cloning app? That's fun. What is it supposed to do? Like, is it just like it takes a person's voice and makes it sound like them? Okay. Like it creates text-to-speech that sounds like someone based on samples with their voice. Nice. That's sweet. McConaughey. You're you really put me on the spot there. Five Max. Jesus. I mean, you're just making it hard for me. And everybody else watching the stream. I'm so sorry. All right. So we gotta go ahead and see if we can't put these levels together. Oh, Kate's a sweetie pie. She's great. Super, even. Well, you know, the two aren't so different. You know, they're chill dudes. And that's what's important. Of course, they're both artists. Artists? That's hard. That's a hard one to say. Americans, how do you say artist without hurting your mouth? Artist. Art. We sure do love our art. Artist. It's hard. You guys you're making life hard for yourselves. Artist. That's how we say it, mate. It's a work of art. All right. Let's have a look here. See how this looks. See how this feels. You know, I love me some video games. Okay, let's take a look here. Oh, I don't have a weapon. I need a weapon. Oh, cutscene? What's happening here? Why does it do this? What is happening right now? Somehow we're in a cutscene, but there's nothing playing. Wait, there is something playing. What's playing? Crucible Ensign unlocked sequence. Ensign unlocked sequence. You. Why are you playing? What do you have any reason to play? This happens on the Crucible. I got no idea. Condition behavior. Okay. What about this? Oh, that's a problem. Why are you inspecting broken? It's not a very good demo, is it? Visibility.play. Wait, why is this even doing any of that? Crucible Forge start, engine prepare for sequence, HUD behavior.HUD. Hide HUD. It's trying to hide the HUD, but visibility hasn't even started yet, I bet. We could just do this, and then it will work without us worrying about it, because the start function for the engine script is going to play before the start function for that, so it won't be initialized. What if I just turn you off? Does it work now? Mm-hmm. Still a problem though. Is the HUD like invisible? No. My prescription? Negative 2.5. Pretty blurry. Well, I have no idea what's gone wrong here. It's unfortunate. What if I just load a different scene? Naming convention. I mean, camel case with being as clear as possible, nice and verbose. Okay, it works. What do you think is the best naming convention? And I didn't very much appreciate that Four Eyes comment. That wasn't very nice. Sweet. Hey Nihil, how's it going? Why does it think that it's time to animate its to play its cutscene? I don't know why it does that, and I'm trying to understand. Fast travel unlocked. No, it's Crucible Ensign unlocked sequence. What is making you play? This should be wall ride ability. There should be some sort of call stack here we can find. Yeah. So it's because we technically already have the ability unlocked. So instead, if we come here and say no progress or like demo part 1, that might get us what we want. Yeah, okay. But we don't have a sword here. So maybe demo part 2. Sweet. And then we can still do this. Nice. And that should play. Sweet. And it should teleport us to the level with the cats. Is it going to do it? Nope, because it's not added to the build index. Try again. just cheatsy doodles. Blah, 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 blah. Nice. Perfect. Okay, sweet. Now, how come I didn't unlock wall ride just then? I'll have to come back to that. I don't know why that didn't work. Because this is the flag that we get for doing it. Wall ride unlocked. And then if I go to Armin, maybe he doesn't have it set up correctly. Where are you, buddy? So this is red abilities. It shouldn't matter that way. It doesn't, there's no... This doesn't manage the unlock scripts. This is just the behaviors with the ability scriptables. And the ability scriptable for wall ride ability is part of it, called wall ride unlocked. Therefore, it shouldn't matter. As long as this is going to unlock wall ride, then we're all good. The teleporter. Has a teleport platform. The platform doesn't determine what we unlock, does it? I don't think so. Ah, yes it does. Sort of. You really shouldn't do this, but this is more for just showing you what the tutorial is for the ability, but it's not the ability that we pick, because when we go to the Crucible Forge, we have an ability script called ability, and then we get the we pass in. I think we might have to do this actually. Without the dot this, it might have just been whatever it was already set to. That's no good. Oh, because we don't have the first ensign either? Is that it? I don't want to think about it right now. I don't need to solve that. I actually have to go, chat. It's been a pleasure, but seems like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. no screenshot for that one. I got to do the export screenshots thing, don't I? In this thing. I think actually it should do it already. Hey, Pelly. Oh, it's there. I'm surprised that the icon's not right. Why? No screenshot found for this scene. That's so weird. Oh. That's better. But why did that not sync? Scene meta window import snapshots. Not sure why that didn't work. Very distressing. I guess I have to press the button. Huh, okay. So looking good. I'm excited. Chapter 2 is coming along very well. I got over a really big hump today in terms of my mental block. This has just helped so much. And it was easy too. It was not hard. I built most of the explorable area for the first half of chapter 2 just today. I built the crucible. There's like a lot of good stuff here. Good momentum. All right. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Very happy. We're going to raid Wizhat, maybe? Thanks, pals. If you like my content, then definitely wishlist Insignia on Steam. If you want to play that game, you can play the demo right now on itch.io. There'll be a Steam demo coming soon. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.